my goodness. And there it is. Wow, get the spin to go.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to BowlTV for the PWBA Summer Classic Series from the ITRC in Arlington, Texas. My name is Aaron Smith, and we are ready for the final event, the final 2 days of this amazing week or so of bowling. The BowlTV Classic, the top 24 from the first two events are on the lanes getting ready to go. 24 games of round-robin match play to determine the top 5 for Tuesday night's step ladder finals. We're excited to see these competitors back on the lanes. They had the day off as we had the DFW Regional taking place. A big congratulations to Taylor Bailey for winning her first PWBA Regional title. It was a phenomenal show, great stepladder finals, great matches showcasing the young talent on the PWBA Tour. 4 rookies making it to the show there. So we'll talk about that in a little bit more. But as we said, match play getting underway. All pinfall dropping, and we're getting bonus pins every game. There's not a bad match in the house, which is an amazing thing because on BowlTV.com, you can watch every pair of lanes. So we're going to go out there first before we bring in the BowlTV team. So, once again, we're talking about these matches. Over on 1 and 2, we got Stephanie Zavala versus Verity Corrali. That's a pretty good match. Danielle McEwen versus Liz Johnson. Let's go. Kelly Kulik versus Birgit Norreich. She won the Go Bowling Classic. And then Sydney Brummett versus Dasha Kovalova. So, and that's just one of our channels here. We got the whole house covered. Great matches all day long here on BowlTV.com. So, folks, let's meet the team who's going to be joining us throughout the course of the day. Joining me from the BowlTV studio, the one, the only, Matt Cannizzaro. What's up, Matt?
Hi, Aaron Smith. How are you today?
I'm doing well. It's great to see you. Great to be back at it. We had another great event last night. Taylor Bailey, kind of a cool win, taking it home on her dad's birthday. So pretty cool present there for Jeff. It's fun to see her. I know you've worked with her quite a bit over the course of the past few years from her time on Junior Team USA and now the PWBA Tour. I think this is something we expected, but it was great to see her break through and, get this first win on the professional level.
Well, Taylor, of course, coming from the O'Keefe household, right? So automatically, I feel like walking in the door there makes you want to be better. And we see, thanks to social media, Taylor's out there putting in the work, doing all the practice sessions, going through the drills, doing the workouts, basically mirroring what Shannon has done to get herself to the level that she's at these past 2 years, right? Player of the Year, 14 titles in her PWBA career. Well, it has to be, again, both motivating and intimidating walking past those 14 trophies and 2 Player of the Year trophies every day, right, while you're at home. So Taylor putting in the work, and it has paid off. It showed yesterday. Of course, bittersweet in a way because bowling in the regional meant that the rest of the event didn't go so well. She did not qualify for this BowlTV Classic, not among the top 24 of the 56 players throughout the Summer Classic Series. So a great step in her professional career. Definitely learning along the way, but bittersweet in that regard. But either way, as she said, she's a PWBA champion, no matter how you slice it, regional, national, whatever it is, PWBA champion. That is awesome. The next stepping stone in a great career. She had Junior Team USA. She had a collegiate success. It's only natural. So congratulations to Taylor and to all the other casters and qualifiers. And thanks to everybody for coming out and being a part of that and trying to make the next step in the journey to being one of the elite.
Well said, Matt. And now joining us from the ITRC, Curtis Von Kruger. AVK, what is up?
I am in bowling bliss right now, Aaron Smith.
Is it because there's unlimited match play today?
There is unlimited match play, and bonus pins abound. My cuppeth runneth over. with bowling down here. And you said it earlier, there is not a bad match in the house. You look across, you're like, oh, I want to watch that match. Oh, wait, no, I want to watch that. No, wait. You can't make up your mind. You're going to be switching back from channel to channel to channel. Be sure you're coming back to the PWBA feature channel, of course, to get all the insight. We're definitely going to bring in some great guests today as we try to really move through this. I mean, absolutely interesting shot. It plays really, really, really interesting right now. It feigns the concept of maybe a reverse block. And what I mean by that is there's a lot of skid outside with the ball not really wanting to come back. And then there's a lot of free hook on the inside. So what's the strategy? Do you move in left and try to keep your angles somewhat safe, get something that'll get through the heads and try to not burn up in the back? Do you ride that line on the outside? How are you going to attack this pattern? A bowler that I kind of feel like might have a little bit of an interesting and opportunity to really excel here is Ashley Rucker. She's going to be on her own little island throughout the day, and that might give her a little bit of an edge when it comes to this particular shot. And then another bowler I like, which is again always a pretty good bet so far this year, Stephanie Zavala. And the reason I say that is because her ball just has this miraculous ability to float through the front part of the lane. And when you can take the front part of the lane kind of out of play without just power lofting it over it, it's going to open up a lot of options for you as far as lane play is concerned. So a couple of bowlers that I like. Invariably I will be wrong, and that's okay. I'm okay with that. At least let's have an opinion, and let's get your guys' opinion in the BowlTV chat. A good morning to all of you. Thank you for being here. You make these blocks enjoyable. You make it a lot of fun, and so drop your opinion. Drop your thoughts on this particular condition and this particular group of players, and I want to hear who you think is gonna do well. Of course, we have Jillian Martin in the field. She was right on the cusp of making match play both blocks, so she qualified for the top 24 without even making a top 12, and that's great. So it's gonna be fun to watch her. She's she's a player that just really has bowled well in this house. And so, of course, we're going to look forward to following her, throughout the day as well. But you got a couple of the GOATs right here just to start. Kelly Kulick and Liz Johnson, two players that are not going to get overwhelmed by a shot that is going to be tricky. It's going to be tricky in a different way than these other patterns. So, let's go for some bowling. Come on, Kelly, get that 10. Knock it down.
All right, folks, with that, we're going to go full screen for you so you can enjoy the action. But myself, Matt, and Curtis will be chatting throughout the course of the block. As Curtis said, we'll talk with some folks along the way as well. Some info on this oil pattern, and if you want to see the graph, be sure to head over to PWBA.com. And if you're on BowlTV.com, it's as simple as going to the tabs above the chat. So if you see the chat, look right above it there in the middle. Go ahead and click on the middle tab. That brings you to a page on PWBA.com, which is the page we use for all of our information throughout the course of the event. So, essentially the whole tournament at your fingertips on BowlTV.com. 41 feet is the distance, 37-foot drop brush, 26.55 mils. But we're using a third oil. So that was one of the things our good buddy Nick Hoagland wanted to kind of emphasize this week, is that each of the national tour stops featured a different type of Kegel oil. So we're using curve oil here, something that hasn't been used for a couple years on the PWBA tour. And Nick describes it as a hooking type oil. So the 26.55 mils, which is kind of a medium to higher volume, will not play quite as slick. And then just looking at the pure ratios of the pattern, this is going to be the toughest one they've seen based off of the numbers alone. It does have a little asymmetry built into it. 1.89 to 1 on the left and 1.96 to 1 on the right. Another fun feature here available for this event is live scoring. So you do have the chance to keep an eye on all competitors from one screen as well, at least having the chance to check them out on the scoreboard. So you can see all these great matchups once again. For those of you, just curious about who's in the field this week for the BowlTV Classic. Once again, the top 24 of the 56 who qualified for the Summer Classic Series. We're watching 8 great competitors here on lanes 1 through 4. Over on 5 and 6, Valerie Bercier taking on Rocio Restrepo and Jillian Martin against Jordan Richards. So no lack of rev rate on that pair right there. So if you like seeing the ball go, make a move on the back end of the pattern. 5 and 6, good one to watch. Over on 7 and 8, Misaki Mukutani taking on Lauren Pate. And Maria Jose Rodriguez against Julia Bond. Julia with the front 4. Over on 9 and 10, Daria Payuk taking on Diana Zavyalova. So pretty cool matchup right there. Ashley Rucker taking on Tanya Ramanpour as well. And then on 11 and 12, Jen Higgins taking on Brianna Cote. And Erin McCarthy taking on Giselle Pass. So Giselle Pass was the last player to earn a spot in the BowlTV Classic. She is taking advantage of the fresh start, if you will, front 4. So the qualifying portions of the Go Bowling Classic, the first event of the week, 9 games, and the International Bowling Campus Classic and its qualifying session, which was also 9 games. Those 18-game totals determined the players advancing here to the BowlTV Classic. But, you kind of looked at the numbers. Giselle was the last player in. She was, I believe, at plus 136. And you look at the top player overall for both events for qualifying, Stephanie Zavala, who was north of plus 300. They're starting even here. So everybody is starting fresh. So for these first couple of games, the standings are, they're going to be out there, but we're really not going to have a good footprint of kind of who's starting to run away from this event and who's starting to put themselves in position for a bit. So we have 2 rounds today of 8 games. As we said, 24 games total. So we'll have 16 of them out of the way today. So a long day for these competitors. A lot of games in this head-to-head matchup that my guy Curtis Von Kruger is all about. So not only the excitement of 16 games, but having to keep the mental focus, knowing how important those bonus pins are throughout the course of this event. So for every match that you win, you get 30 bonus pins. If you happen to tie a match, you split that. You and your opponent get 15. If you lose a match, 0 bonus pins. So that's going to be a big factor. It has generally always proven to help 1 or 2 players who, maybe averaged a little bit lower throughout the course of the week make a run into the top 5, which is going to be our stepladder finals. So excited to see how this plays out. We had an event similar to this at the Kickoff Classic Series in January. The Hall of Fame Classic, it took 5 players to the final, and Julia Bond ended up winning that matchup, running the ladder to do so, to claim her first career PWBA Tour title. So Julia in the field this week. She is the season-long points leader as well. So another thing to keep in mind and take a look at. And, a big talking point this week, kind of looking ahead for Rookie of the Year, Player of the Year, all points-based awards at the end of the season. So for the Player of the Year, from the top 4, only 2 of the players advanced here to the BowlTV Classic. Julia Bond and Dasha Kovalova, Shannon O'Keefe, and Missy Parkin fell a little bit short of the BowlTV Classic field, so they are not competing in this event, and so not going to be getting quite as many points. So that's definitely going to play into it. We can look at players who can also make a move and, kind of get into the conversation. Liz Johnson entered this event in 5th place overall. The big mover and shaker so far this week has been Verdi Crawley. Verdi is the only player to make the top 12 in both events so far, and the only player to make all 3 match play rounds. And on top of just making match play, she's qualified for both stepladder finals. So she has a 4th place finish at the Go Bowling Classic, a runner-up finish at the IBC Classic, and we'll see if she can make another long run here. She entered this tournament in 6th place overall in points and has had just a phenomenal season, winner of the Greater Nashville Open as well.
We have a couple of bowlers coming off to a hot start. Giselle Pass working on the front 5. Julia Bond working on the front 5 as well. Both in pretty good control. I mean, although the Julia Bond Ashley Rucker match is close, a spare in the first and the next 3 for Ashley. Oh, excuse me, they're not bowling each other. My eyes deceive me. Ashley Rucker obviously is bowling Tanya Roundmember. So a couple of good starts here. Giselle Pass just 7-7. So she'll look to pick up the 3-6-10 and move from there. But it's still a good start. You always like to start with a 5-bagger. So a couple of good starts here. Although aside from that, Brianna Cote's got a good game, a 7 spare, and then the next 5 as well. And was keeping it close with Jen Higgins, who had a 7 spare and the front 4 are the next 4, and then 6-2'd. So Brianna is going to have a little bit of a control in that match, but we can see that there's going to be a little bit of trouble here if you don't throw it good. You're going to get punished. That's what I'm seeing. There's not a lot of managing the pocket. If you're not in it, then you're out pretty hard, and there's going to be a lot of 7, 8, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 counts. So interesting start here. It looks like you either have it or you don't. Lots of opens early for a lot of players, and looks pretty tricky out there.
And folks, if you want to see the transition throughout the course of the day here and see how these great athletes work their way through it on the way to hopefully a long run here at the BowlTV Classic, you got to make sure you have that subscription to BowlTV. So for the folks who are on BowlTV already, you're already all set. You know the place to be for all the action today and tomorrow. We are streaming live here, Game 1, to Facebook and YouTube, as we usually do. So to all the folks watching on those platforms, a big hello and good morning. We are super excited that you're joining us here today, and we hope to see you throughout the course of the week. Join us on BowlTV. So to subscribe, you can just head to bowltv.com. We have a few different options to watch over the course of the next 2 days. You can pick up an event ticket to watch live action for all of today and all of tomorrow for $8.95. You can pick up a monthly recurring subscription for $9.95, so just $1 more there, or an annual recurring subscription for $79.95, which is the best way to support the PWBA Tour. BowlTV is the home of the PWBA Tour throughout the course of the year. And with the monthly and the annual recurring subscriptions, that actually gives you a few extra options on the site as well. So you not only get the live event coverage, but you also get the archived events. So if you happen to miss around, I realize today is Monday, and maybe your boss is not cool and doesn't let you watch BowlTV during the workday, which is just rude of them, by the way.
Get a different job.
Pretty much, yeah. BowlTV friendly work environments here, folks. But if you want to go back and watch it, we have the archived events. So we have every minute of every round also archived for you to go back and watch. So if you missed your favorite player, you want to see how they attack the pattern, go back, check it out. All available not only from the PWBA Tour, but all the USBC short duration events. Junior Gold, we have hours upon days of coverage. You can go back and watch if you missed any of that.
And just going to interject there as to the amount of content. You could literally, if you wanted to, If you wanted to catch every minute of every stream we had at Junior Gold, you would watch over a year of solid nonstop content. That's just from Junior Gold. So tons and tons and tons and tons of material, but you might want to go over to 5 and 6, 7 and 8 channel and watch Julia Bond because she's got the front 7.
Let's go. And we do have the ability to do that here. So let's make that switch here in a second. But folks, we certainly hope you join us on BowlTV throughout the course of the week. Pick up that subscription. And in addition to the access and the availability and all the cool things on BowlTV, we also have a great community that interacts in the chat each and every event. And along with that, we have giveaways too. So we've already given away, I believe, 6 bowling balls this week, and we got 3 more to give away before it's all said and done. So with that, we hope to see you throughout the course of the week on BowlTV. But as Curtis said, since we got some strikes going on, another pair, let's check it out.
I am hyped. I am absolutely hyped for Julia Bond right now, as it is it is not easy, but last I checked, Julia was pretty good. Another bowler that I just don't think realizes how good they are, and I think that's ubiquitous amongst really great bowlers, especially young in their career. It hasn't materialized that they're, one of the 100 best bowlers on the planet. And Julia Bond, I would definitely put in that category. There are not a lot of people that are better than Julia Bond. There you see bottom right hand score, right side of your screen. Rocking the star jersey. She's a huge fan of astronomy, if you didn't know. Loves the stars, loves science. Of course, she is a rather intelligent and bright individual. An absolute joy to watch. Played some pinball last night. Showed her a little bit of the ways of pinball, because these younger kids need to learn. They need to know that pinball is awesome. There is a great arcade about 8 minutes away from here, Aaron Smith, called Free Play, and I'm sure you are familiar with it.
I've been there, yes.
Come on, Julia. Oh, a little bit of a fruit salad there. She gets them all to tumble. That's the front 8. How many? Okay, BowlTV audience, how many should I give her before the clouds around the ITRC darken and rolling thunder crackles in the distance? I'm going to give her 9.
Man, with that lead in, sounds like you got a future in writing songs for Garth Brooks. A little thunder rolls right there. So you mentioned Julia and the love of science. She actually has a degree in forensic biology. As a fun fact.
Oh. Okay. I have to catch the Jeff. I have to catch the 10th. I'm sorry. I would not be doing my job, and Aaron Smith would fire me. He would yell at me because on air he would chastise me. So let me go get my gear prepared as the time is nigh for the 9th shot. So keep it tuned here, though. You don't want to miss this opening game, and it just is indicative of what is going to happen throughout the day.
Let's go. All right, folks. Curtis Von Kruger going to get in position to capture the moment. See if it continues. Julia Bond, 8 consecutive strikes to start this game, taking on Maria Jose Rodriguez. We see Misaki Mukutani and Lauren Pate also on 7 and 8. Over on 5 and 6, Valerie Bercier taking on Rocio Restrepo, and Jillian Martin taking on Jordan Richard. There's Valerie, making it 4 in a row. So once again, 24 games of round-robin match play over the course of the next 2 days. That next round of match play scheduled to start today at 6:30 p.m. Eastern, 5:30 local time in the Dallas Metroplex area. Nice shot from Maria. Fortunately, ran into a buzzsaw this game. She can still get to 204, but Julia Bond taking care of business so far. There's Jillian Martin with the double. All right, here's Bond, far right of your screen, lane 8. 2-time national tour champion here in 2021. Looking for one more. Get out of there, 4-pin. We saw Julia roll a humongous 299 game at the IBC Classic to help her qualify for the BowlTV Classic here after a 5th place finish at the Go Bowling Classic to kick off the week. She had some struggles. And with the pinfall and the qualifying coming from both events, she had given a lot of pins back and was in the minus with 3 games left to go, and then stepped up, and it actually might have been on 7 and 8 now that I think about it. And threw the front 11 for 299 to make a big jump in the standings, and ended up holding on for one of the last spots here in the BowlTV Classic. Looks to be in full control here early on this 41-foot condition. Misaki gets the late hit and get to 191 still. So for Lauren Pate, we need this strike here to shut out. And Lauren with the 210. It's going to give Misaki an opportunity to sneak out this victory. Bercier looking for one more. Takes care of business. 246 out there. Rocio can get to 230. Misaki needs it. Gets it. So depending on what Lauren does here on the spare attempt will determine what Misaki needs. If she strikes, she wins regardless. Best Pate can get to is 190. Misaki has 191 out there. Lauren's going to take the 1, so she's going to be at 189. So 9 or a strike for a victory here for Mukutani in game number 1 to get those all-important 30 bonus pins. So, folks, we literally get to have this type of excitement. Games come down to the 10th frame here for 16 games today and 8 tomorrow before we determine our top 5 for the stepladder finals. So, if you like head-to-head bowling competition, this is your jam here, folks. All 3 in the 10th, Misaki Mukutani going to take it home. 191 to 189 victory over Lauren Pate. So she's going to get the 30 bonus pins. Start the day off at plus 21. But right now, it's Julia Bond time. Working on 9 consecutive strikes. Can she add one more here at the BowlTV Classic? Oh, that's 7-pin. Thought about it for a second, knew better. 10 for 10 for Julia here. Going to get the victory. The 30 bonus pins, all hers here in game 1. But the added excitement. Potentially rolling the 3rd 300 at the Summer Classic Series. Stephanie Zavala shot one at the Go Bowling Classic. And then yesterday at the Regional, Kayla Pashina connected for all 12. Julia looking for number 11. It's kind of a chance. Oh, how good was that? Julia Bond, front 11, second time this week. Opening statement for the 2-time PWBA Tour champion. The leader on the season-long points list. Front runner for PWBA Player of the Year here in 2021. Is kicking off BowlTV Classic here, front 11. Let's get one more here. Come on, let's start the day this way. Bring it home, Julia. Julia Bond for 300. It's going to have a chance. Let's go. Julia Bond, folks. How about that? 300 out of the gates at the BowlTV Classic. What a way to kick off the day. And Curtis Von Kruger off the hook already. That's what we're talking about, folks. That's why you subscribe to BowlTV, to check out unbelievable performances just like that. And even Curtis is back. Curtis.
The clouds part. An array of single sunshine beams down upon Julia Bond as she put 3 just dead in the pocket there. And I will tell you something. I will let you in on a little secret, BowlTV. She did not throw that ball in practice.
Oh, wow.
She just decided, hey, you know what? I think I have a better look with this ball, and took it out for the first frame of that game, and then railed off 12 in a row. I think it's safe to say she will be in first place to start this tournament. And what an incredible start here for Julia Bond. We will put that out here as soon as we can. Check it out for social media if you want to relive that incredible 300 there by Julia. What an impressive start for the young player, looking to grab a stranglehold over the Player of the Year race right now. And another TV final would go a long way to do that, coupled with maybe possibly a win. So we shall see what happens here throughout the tournament, as I just passed off that SD card to Jason Thomas.
Teamwork makes the dream work.
It really does. So,
and Bond is, as we talked about with her a couple days ago here on the broadcast, the only other time we've held an event like this, she kind of won the whole thing. So she has a track record at events like this. Obviously, different pattern, different time of the year, all that stuff. But yes, a statement game out of the gates, saying 24 games of round robin match play. I'm all about this. Give me that energy. All right, folks, we are just about wrapped up here in game number 1. Harry Bercier going to get a win over Rocio Restrepo. Jillian Martin going to get the dub against Jordan Richard.
You know, we've had a few front nines here, and my win percentage, I'm going to take full credit for this, is above 500. It's above 50. So who's the black cloud? Come on now.
Can't argue that. Love the energy. That type of batting average will get you in the Hall of Fame. So,
Oh, absolutely.
all right, folks. Once again, for the folks who are watching on BowlTV, you're already in the right place. Hang out. We'll be right back for game 2 of this 8-game block here from the BowlTV Classic. If you're on Facebook or YouTube, we're going to say goodbye for right now, but we certainly hope you make your way on over bowltv.com, pick up a subscription to watch the action, see amazing games just like that from Julia Bond. But, folks, we'll take that quick reset, and we'll be right back here. Game 2 from the BowlTV Classic on, you guessed it, BowlTV.
Real quick, I will tell the audience she used the dark code, a newer ball in the Storm lineup. Looks pretty impressive there. So dark code was what Julia used. Larry, a popular question. What is on the bottom of Julian's heel? Jillian's heel. You are not the first person to ask. She did not cut down. She doesn't cut her heels down to size. and she actually gets bigger heels comparatively to what you would get for the shoe size she has. And why she does that is extra traction. She wants to get extra traction. If you look at Jillian's like load step or her power step going into her slide, she really puts a lot of force into it, and you can even hear all too often it's squeaking like a gym floor playing basketball. And that just goes to show you she wants a powerful slide with a pretty quick stop. So yeah, that is what we're told is the thing on the bottom of her heel.
Good notes there from Curtis. Folks, our lineup here in game number 2. Across the house over on 1 and 2, you'll find Masaki Mukutani taking on Rocio. Jen Higgins versus Diana Z. On 3 and 4, Valerie Bercier versus Lauren Pate. And Daria Payuk taking on Brianna Cote. Right now, we're on 5 and 6, watching Kelly Kulik against Verity Crawley and Erin McCarthy against Tanya Ramanpour. 7 and 8, Stephanie Zavala against Birgit Norikes. And Ashley Rucker versus Giselle Paz. Over on 9 and 10, Sydney Brummett taking on Liz Johnson. And Maria Jose Rodriguez versus Jordan Richard. And then Danielle McCune taking on Dasha Kovalova. And Jillian Martin taking on Julia Bond. And Julia has gotten the first strike in the to kick this game off. So she's 13 for 13 so far. On the day. Birgit Norikes with the strike there. She claimed her second career PWBA Tour title and first individual win at the first event this week, the Go Bowling Classic, in impressive fashion, running the step ladder on a tricky 43-foot condition. She was in complete control In all 3 of her wins, maintained the pocket. Really put on an impressive display to a win that was a long time coming for her. That doubles win with Jason Sterner at the Lucy was in 2017, and she's been looking to add. That individual win has been close quite a few times over the past couple of seasons. A phenomenal talent on the PWBA tour, and took it home last week. Ashley Rucker with the Trip 6. Just missed the IBC Classic show, finishing in 5th place overall, coming from the PTQ. She had to qualify for the Summer Classic Series. For those of you watching all week, you know how we kind of got to our field here. The field for these events to start off, limited to 56 players. Started by inviting the top 48 in points on the season-long points list through the first 11 events through the Louisville Open. And then if players declined a spot in the event, we continued on the point list until we filled those 48 spots. Jillian Martin received an exemption from the USBC and BPAA. Big shout out to USBC and BPAA and their board of directors for their continued support of the PWBA Tour. So that got us to 49 players, and then 7 advanced from a pre-tournament qualifier to kick things off way back on August 2nd, which apparently, based off of math and days of the week, was last Monday. So already a week into the Summer Classic Series, 1 day left to go. For our final Champions crowd, so 7 players advanced, and all 56 were able to compete in the Go Bowling Classic and International Bowling Campus Classic. The top 24 from qualifying for those 2 events, making their way here to the final event, the BowlTV Classic. As to be expected, we do have standings updated on PWBA.com. At plus 130, it's Julia Bond leading the way. Giselle Pass, we're watching her right now. She shot 265 in a victory, so she's at plus 95. Brianna Cote, plus 85. Birgit Norikes in 4th, plus 77. Valerie Brussier, plus 74 in 5th. But with everybody starting fresh here, we're going to have a lot of back and forth today. A lot of back and forth. Taking a quick look at live scoring, Daria Payuk has started with the front 4 over on 3 and 4. She's taking on Brianna Cote. Julia Bond finally did not strike, but she's converted both of her spare opportunities so far. So she got to 13 in a row to start the day. A pair of spares to follow that over on 11 and 12 against Jillian Martin. Nice cover there by Zavala, staying clean. Taking care of the 2-4-10. Kelly starting 5 out of 6. Matchup against Verity. Nice shot there by Crawley for the double, as we noted a little bit earlier today. Verity, the only player to make match play at all 3 events here at the Summer Classic Series. So over the course of the past couple days and today and tomorrow, she's going to approach nearly right around, maybe a couple above, 70 competition games here across 3 demanding oil conditions. That's not including practice, warm-up, any of that. She, if you advance to the top 12, you were guaranteed at least 21 games at the Go Bowling Classic and the IBC Classic. So she got to 42 there. Had 1 game in the stepladder finals each to get to 44, and a guaranteed 24 here. Push her to 68, and then if she's able to make her 3rd consecutive stepladder finals appearance, could add a couple more games to it. question from Larry in the chat about balance holes, and I can speak specifically to PWBA for that, but concerning bowling ball specifications on the PWBA tour, bowling balls must meet all USBC specs as defined in the latest edition of the equipment specs and certification manual. So they would follow the same rules as you would in USBC League or USBC certified tournaments as far as balance holes are concerned. So it's been a little more than a year now since that rule change took place. Started at the beginning of the 2020 season. And last week, the 21-22 season officially got underway on August 1st. Let us know in the chat, folks. I'm curious to know, how many leagues you planning on bowling this year? I'm going to be shooting up for one myself. Wednesday night at Forum Lanes in Grand Prairie, Texas. Little 4-player league with a few of my coworkers here at USBC. It's a good time and enjoy the camaraderie, the league, the good folks who run it as well. So always got to give a big shout out to league secretaries out there doing their thing. Got a few rolling in. Jim, 3 at 3 different houses. I like the variety. Jennifer says none for now, so I'm optimistic. We got John down for 2 leagues. Come on, Tabitha. Talked into bowling a travel league. We know you're ready to bowl it. Tim's got a couple there. Brian, a league and some tournaments. Nelson and a couple. Veronica, 2. Brian's got 3. Brian joining us from Baton Rouge. Big fan of Baton Rouge. Spent some time there in 2017 for the Women's Championships. Paula, hope you're feeling better from that. Hope to see you back on the lane soon. Got Steve at 1, Ramon at 2. Thomas, tell me more about the Sunday evening league at Forum. Convince me. Larry just won. Rick's got a couple. Hi, Brian. Got James planned to bowl 1 night a week. Dan P. Got that Sports Shot League in there. We like that. Rod's got 2. Steven's got 2. Couple tournaments. Veronica, you are correct for the convention center at the Women's Championships. Was right next to a riverboat. That's where I believe the bracket pickup was at. just right across the street from the convention center there, the Raising Cane Center. Terry's got a couple of senior leagues going on. Rod, going to check out Camp Bakes. Megan going to be checking out the Scratch Draft League at Cowtown. There we go. Also at City View, so Megan also competing here in the DFW area. Kayleen, a Scratch and Sport League. Sherry, 2 leagues and a travel league. Carla winning so far, 4. I like it, Carla. All right, folks, we appreciate all the interaction there in the chat. We're glad to see a lot of league bowling getting ready for. Everybody's getting ready for the next couple of weeks. So wrap up game number 2, getting to the final frames here. Looks like Valerie Bercier is going to collect a win against Lauren Pate on 3 and 4. Daria Payuk going to do the same against Brianna Cote. Dasha Kovalova is going to get the win against Danielle McEwen on 11 and 12. Liz Johnson is going to be victorious as well, taking on Sydney Brummett on 9 and 10. This matchup between Kelly and Verity could get a little interesting here now. Big opportunity here for Verity. Must strike. She gets the first hit. Can still get to 213. Kelly would now need to pick this up and strike to get to 214. Birgit just needs to spare here. She'll collect the win against Stephanie Zavala. There's Kelly's spare attempt. Gonna need some help. Gonna be at 200 even. So now Verity can sneak out this victory. Decent count here on the next shot. Nine would be enough. She likes 10 though. She's going to like 30 bonus spins. Verity Crawley going to get the victory. Uh-oh. Miscue there by Birgit. Puts her at 194, and now Zavala can double an 8 to get the dub. Aaron McCarthy's going to get the victory. Zavala gets that first hit in the 10th. One more for good measure, 213 in the victory for Verity Crawley in game 2. Powerful strike there from Giselle. Bouncing back after the miscue with the foul in the 9th frame. She needs a mark to officially shut out Ashley Rucker. And Zavala cashes it in. There's 2. Now needs 8 for the bonus 30. Haas makes it a double. That's the win. Aaron McCarthy, nice 217 in victory. Zavala, far right of your screen. 8 pins. Takes advantage of the miscue by her opponent. 197 to 194. Victory over Birgit. Tanya's going to get into the 190s, but not going to get the victory here. 201 and the bonus 30 will put Giselle north of plus 100. All right, folks, we're getting ready for game 3 coming up next here on BowlTV for the BowlTV Classic, the final event of the Summer Classic Series. The PWBA will return just a couple of weekends, August 19th through the 21st, the PWBA Spokane Open. Heading to the Pacific Northwest for the first time in quite some time. Last time the PWBA headed to Washington State, 1986, over in Tacoma. So a new area of the state. Excited to be heading to Lilac Lanes and Casino. And then the U.S. Women's Open, August 24th through the 31st, to determine our second major winner of the year. Danielle McCune going to be coming in as the defending champion there. And then finally, to wrap up 2021, the PWBA Fall Classic Series, October 24th through the 30th at the National Bowling Stadium, Reno, Nevada. So we're still rocking and rolling for a couple more months here on the PWBA Tour, right here on BowlTV. And while we're here, we do want to give a quick shout out to one of our proud sponsors here on the PWBA Tour in 2021, Genesis Bowling. Home of K-Motion, featuring Copper Infusion, the #1 kinesiology tape in bowling. Be sure to visit bowlgenesis.com for more information. Big thank you to Genesis, as always, for their continued support of the PWBA Tour. Matchups. Game 3, round 1 of match play. BowlTV Classic. Over on lanes 1 and 2, you'll find Kelly Kulik against Lauren Payton. And battle roommates, Sydney Brummett taking on Brianna Cote. Over on 3 and 4, we have Stephanie Zavala against Rocio Restrepo. And Danielle McEwen taking on Diana Z. 5 and 6 here, Misaki Mukutani taking on Birgit Norrijks. And Maria Jose Rodriguez against Giselle Paz. On 7 and 8, Valerie Bercier against Verity Crawley. And Jillian Martin, as she delivers the strike to kick things off, taking on Tanya Ramanpour. On 9 and 10, our IBC Classic champion, Jen Higgins, taking on Dasha Kovalova. And Erin McCarthy against Julia Bond. Julia had that nice 210 conversion on the right-hand portion of your screen you just saw in lane 10. And then Daria Payuk taking on Liz Johnson on 11 to 12. And Ashley Rucker taking on Jordan Richard. All right, folks, so we got the lineup. We'll have scores after 2 available in just a couple of moments, so sit back, relax, enjoy. the excitement of match play here at the Bowl TV Classic right here on BowlTV.com. All right, folks, settling into game number 3. Here at the BowlTV Classic. For anybody who missed the 300 game earlier today by Julia Bod, you can check out our video recap on the PWBA Facebook page. You see all 3 shots in the 10th. After connecting for a 299 a little bit earlier here at the Summer Classic Series at the IBC Classic to help solidify her spot here today at the BowlTV Classic. And we do have a score update available after 2 games. And Julia, although she lost her last matchup, still sits in first place, plus 129 with a 1-1 record. Valerie Bercier now sits in second at plus 126. That's also where Giselle Paz is at, plus 126, 2-0 for both of them. Diana Zavyalova, plus 100. Liz Johnson sits in fifth, plus 95. Brianna Cote, plus 77. Birgit Norreichs, plus 71. And Jillian Martin, plus 67. Misaki Mukutani, plus 66. And Stephanie Zavala, plus 62. Your current top 10. Once again, folks, this with everything starting off fresh, gonna have a lot of movement today in the top 24. Taking a quick look at live scoring around the house, and Julia Bond, our tournament leader, some struggles here on 9 and 10 in a matchup against Erin McCarthy, but still in the matchup. Total of 3 splits and no strikes up on the board so far for Julia. But McCarthy, a couple opens of her own. But nothing too crazy. Rocio's kind of the hot hand so far. 4 out of the first 5. Valerie here on 7 and 8. It's off to a nice start as well. Nice shot there by Jillian Martin, looking to get back into the match against Tanya Ramanpour. To the early double, a couple of opens. Bercier wins of 244 and 222. So far to move into second place. Got a lot of great shots just like that. Made a run at the Go Bowling Classic stepladder finals. First event this week ended up officially finishing in 6th place, 22 pins back of the show. Ended up playing spoiler along the way as well. She gained some pins on the number in the final game, was a little bit farther back, but she recorded a 233 to 222 victory over Julia Bond. And due to the bonus pins, if Bond would have had the bonus pins and the victory there, actually would have been Julia on the show. So Valerie getting the win to secure her 6th place finish and denied Bond in the same breath. Nice shot there from Giselle, 3 in a row. Tanya with the nice break there, catching the slow fall of the 2, 7, and 8. Let's turn in a strike in the 7th. Scoring pace is definitely slowed down a little bit here. And outside of Giselle on 5 and 6, everybody struggling to find the right look at the moment. A couple more strikes up on the board on 7 and 8. Valerie adds another one. Holds the lead heading into the 9th and 10th frame against Verity. So Tanya can cash in that nice hit in the 7th and make it a double in the 8th. And there you go. Saki Mukutani, the Summer Classic Series, her first events as a PWBA member, coming over from Japan, made it out of the PTQ, and then made the top 12 at the IBC Classic, was threatening to make the show all the way to the final game. Ended up in 6th place. Verity with the strike in the ninth can get to 226 this game. Valerie with the spare of the 10 pin on a 228 pace. And Giselle is getting that ball to come back from just about everywhere here. Makes it 4 in a row. As stated, pinfall dropped to start the BowlTV Classic, so just 24 games of match play. Everybody starts at 0. Top 5 when it's all said and done. Total pinfall and bonus pins determining the step ladder finalists for tomorrow night's show. And Giselle was the final player to qualify for this event. Earned that 24th spot with a plus 136 total, and so far cashing it in. Jillian looking for 4 in a row. The 17-year-old continues to impress. Giselle just rolling here, taking care of business, can still get to 270.
I feel like it takes a lot to impress you, Aaron Smith. Would you agree? It definitely takes a lot to impress the Aaron Smith.
Well, I mean, Matt, I get the opportunity to watch the best in the world every week here on BowlTV and the PWBA tour, so I enjoy the opportunity, but still always enjoy the chance to see what's coming up next. Devastating 9-pin there is going to make this a little bit easier win for Valerie. But I mean, Matt, we've been fortunate over the past couple of years thinking about some of the players who have gone on to success both here on the PWBA and PBA, and getting to see them, as young competitors, as USBC youth members, success at Junior Gold or at USA Bowling, collegiately as well, Junior Team USA.
Well, here's the good news for you for today, is that you have 3.5 more years to think about your favorite top moments of the first decade of the return of the PWBA Tour. So hopefully you're making your mental checklist, because
wow,
it's closing in.
That'd be a tough list to put together.
Well, that's why you have all this.
It's good that I have time.
Yeah.
I gotta start writing these down one by one.
And you've been there for just about every minute of it, so just a member of your unclouded memory at this point. But you're absolutely right. Maybe some folks out there have favorite moments, and really, I mean, it's been since 2015 already. It's flying by.
It really has. I still remember the announcement, Matt, because the news that the news of the return of the PWBA happened on my birthday in 2014, October 9th. Everyone can send gifts, October 9th, birthday. But yeah, it was that was a big moment. I remember actually it was a Friday, and I had taken the day off to because Texas is a little weird with their rules as far as getting licenses and license plates. So I was actually going down to downtown Fort Worth to get some paperwork done to get my license plate switched over from the great state of Indiana to Texas, since I was now a full-time resident for more than a year. So good timing on that part. But so with that, I remember checking the phone, seeing the email come through, and I was like, whoa, big news happening here. And we obviously know what's transpired in the past 6 seasons. But yeah, folks, if you do have a favorite moment since 2015, Liz Johnson, obviously probably going to be at the top of a lot of players' lists with her performances, or Shannon O'Keefe in the past couple of years. But let us know.
All those years, only 2 players of the year.
Also true. Great stat there, Matt.
Domination. So many great players and great moments and champions. And yeah, only 2 have risen to the top of the pyramid there for the long haul. That's an easy trivia question there.
Still a good one, though. Liz Johnson, 2015, 2016, and 2017, and then Shannon O'Keefe in 2018, 2019. But a couple players wanting to end that trend here in 2021 as Jillian adds another one there. Now, good count will lock up this game for her. The late string of strikes. Julia Bond and Dasha Kovalova squarely in the mix. Going to have potentially a little advantage here after the conclusion of the Summer Classic Series in points. Nice shot there by Tanya. So she can still get to 220. So Jillian still needs good count here to lock it up. Birgit got dialed in here back half of this game. Still get to 214. She's going to get the win against Misaki. Oh, that's found some hold there for Martin. So going to be in the 230s, going to get the win. .220 for Tanya will not be enough, though, for Sierra, the 224 to 206 victory. Looks like Giselle Paz more than likely going to be our new tournament leader here. Mentioned Julia Bond, some early struggles. She might sneak out the victory, but just she does it. It's going to be with 175, 176, or 177. So could get the bonus pins, but we're going to see Giselle Paz. Daria Payuk picked 266 in a victory, but big game potential here from Giselle. Looks like she's going to be our new leader here after 3. Good question from Karen in the chat. Why aren't these patterns named after PWBA LPBT players, similar to the PBA? And that is a fair point. Good question. I think the one thing that we've kind of had established out here over the course of the tour since 2015 is that, to be honest, I don't think we've ran a pattern more than once. I think the variety has always been there. There's been patterns that have been similar with small tweaks in the past, but I don't think there's necessarily been a defined pattern A, B, C, D, E, similar to kind of the name patterns on the PWBA tour over the years. So I think that adds another unique element to it, is that it's not necessarily bowling on the same pattern time and time again. But you never know what may lie in the future. It's certainly a good idea to be able to recognize the Lisa Wagners and Alita Sills out there. Michelle Feldmans. Cara Honeychurches. I could do this all day. Name off great PWBA players. Maria going to get to 201, but not going to get the victory here. 234 final score for Jillian. 210 to kick off the 10th for Giselle. Just going to get the one, so gives back a couple pins there. So could have jumped out to a bit of a bigger lead, but she did outscore Valerie there. So with the bonus pins, it looks like Giselle Paz still going to take the top spot here, or take over the top spot. Get to plus 192. That's going to do it for game 3 here, folks. So it looks like we're ready to get into game 4 across the house. Let's see who we got. Over on 1 and 2 matchups. Valerie Bercier taking on Birgit Norreichs. And Daria Payuk versus Dasha Kovalova. On 3 and 4, Misaki Mukutani taking on Verity Crawley. And Jen Higgins taking on Liz Johnson. Over on 5 and 6, Stephanie Zavala versus Lauren Pate. And Ashley Rucker versus Julia Bond. 7 and 8, Kelly Kulik versus Rocio Restrepo and Aaron McCarthy versus Jordan Richard. 9 and 10, Danielle McEwen taking on Brianna Cote and Jillian Martin versus Giselle Paz. And on 11 and 12, Sydney Brummett versus Diana Zavyalova and Maria Jose Rodriguez taking on Tanya Ramanpour. Zavala will kick things off here for us. Strike on 5 and 6, taking on Lauren Pate. Pretty cool moment for Lauren yesterday. As many folks who follow bowling and watch bowling know, that she is engaged to Matt Russo, who won the PBA Jonesboro Open for his first career PBA title. We actually got to talk to Lauren about 5 minutes after it happened, so we got to experience some of the emotion and excitement with her. She's hoping to do the same, as that was Matt's first national tour title. So Lauren hoping to make a run at hers here. Of course, there was a cool video captured as well. Someone here at the ITRC captured it as she was watching the end of the telecast, and that moment where he locked it up, and seeing the reaction, seeing her jumping for joy. So very cool. see that. So congratulations again to Matt and to Lauren as well. Always fun to see.
I believe you have to now refer to him as PBA Tour champion. It forever prefaces his name.
This is true. For now and forever.
Yeah, I mean, he has done something that a very small fraction of the bowling population has and will ever do. Larry. Yeah, Julia Bond loves rocking the side pony. It's quality stuff. It's her it's her rally cap, if you will. Whatever it is, it works. Maybe I should start rocking the side pony. That's it, Julia Bond. I'm stealing your look. Rick, the PBA has their own pattern with the exception of the U.S. Open and the Masters, in which those patterns are curated by the USBC. Other than that, they use a myriad of different patterns and conditions that they've developed over the years. Obviously, some being named after animals, some being named after famous players like Dick Weber and Mark Roth and Marshall Holman. Of course, you've probably heard of the cheetah, and chameleon, and different the scorpion, different patterns of that nature as well. So, different. They use different shots, and it's kind of appropriate because the lane condition you have for men is going to vary a touch to what the women play on. And mainly because of one of the big things you will see is volume of oil will be drastically different. The men typically play on higher volumes, and then they also get a lot shorter patterns. I mean, they would fare. I mean, obviously they're the best in the world, so they would bowl very well. But it's hard to say. Things would get dicey toward the end of the block. But unlike most of the women, the one thing that the men just invariably can do by the nature of nature is they can overpower a pattern. And what I mean by that is they have a rev rate and speed that allow them to do things that are kind of out of play for most of the women, if not all of them. You don't have a player like Jesper Svensson who can throw at 22 miles an hour at 600 revs, and that's a realistic number he has put out there. And so it's very different, and not to say one is better than the other. It's just different. So these patterns are customized for the ladies and how they would approach a set of lanes, and it's just not a reasonable request to have them play on certain patterns. Although I believe in 2019 they did bowl on what would be considered the U.S. Open pattern for men with very little adjustments. There was a volume adjustment from what I remember. So yeah, that's a great question. That's an absolutely fabulous question.
Hey, Curtis, if you had to pick one or two players in your history of bowling who do not have lane patterns named after them at this point.
Say one more time, Matt.
If you had to pick one or two players in your history of bowling who do not have lane patterns named after them, who would they be? And what would kind of some of the characteristics of the pattern be based on the style of that person?
I think the U.S. Open pattern should be named after Pete Weber. So a 50-foot flat pattern, like a 1.2 or 1.3 to 1 ratio, should absolutely be named after Pete Weber. And I think you should have a Walter A. Williams Jr. pattern, which should be you have to play the up one.
Awesome.
With no room to miss inside. Good luck on that.
That is good stuff.
That's a cool question. How about we ask the chat that too? What bowler would you name a pattern after that it does not currently have a pattern named after them? just a couple in mind. You have an Earl Anthony, you have a Dick Weber, you have a Marshall Holman, you have a couple of others that are eluding me at the moment. A Mark Roth. I mean, pretty much, those guys are kind of the pinnacle of bowling. Ken says an Ernie Schlegel. Ken, what would the characteristics of the Ernie Schlegel be if we were to make an Ernie Schlegel pattern? Certain players leave a lot of 8 pins. Thomas, I like it. The dual pattern for the Norm Duke. You got to play 2 completely different lines with 2 completely different balls. I think there is a Don Carter Elisa, from what I remember. Ooh, I like it. The Lisa Wagner pattern. Larry L. Would this be a Larry L that I would know? Larry says Chris Barnes that creates lilies. Oh, okay. Well, still thank you for having us here. Andy Verapapa, make it a tricky pattern. See what you did there. Mr. Trick Shot. Andy Verapapa himself. We do have some score updates here. We'll get to those. Kind of discuss who's in, who's out right now. There is plenty of time. Absolutely plenty of time. Giselle Pass has moved up into first place at 192 over. 3-0 match play record. And another bowler with a 3-0 match play record, only 12 pins behind that, is Valerie Mercier. Talk about 244, 222, 224. That's consistent bowling right there. Daria Payok figured something out in the second game with a 2-1 record, 191, 232, 266. Currently 31 sticks behind Valerie Mercier and 43 sticks behind Giselle. Julia Bond, obviously, we saw her with the 300 the first game. Has had a couple of struggles since then. A 199 and a $177, and a winning effort, a $177, which kind of bailed that game out a little bit. She is 13 sticks behind Daria Payok, and it looks like she is 56 pins out of the lead. Brianna Cote is the first player out, 733 her first series. She has a 2-1 record, and she is 3 pins out of the show. Oh, correction. We are taking the top 5, so that is a misquote. So Brianna Cote and Diana Zavyalova both sitting at 133 over. Diana has a 3-0 record, while Brianna Cote has a 2-1 record. So Brianna is actually out averaging Diana by more than 10 sticks. But the big deciding factor right now is the 30 bonus pins. She has the extra match win. Do the math there. That's 10 additional bonus pins per game if you average it out, hence why they are tied. Jillian Martin, also a 3-0 record. 186, 221, 234. She keeps getting better. And she is currently 131 over, only 2 pins out of the show. Birgit Norex, Liz Johnson, Dasha Kovalova to round out our top 10. Dasha is 68 pins out of the lead, or excuse me, out of the show. But if you look down at it, top to bottom, you're going to see a consistent trend. If you have a winning record, you tend to be toward the top. If you have a losing record, you tend to be toward the bottom. So win your matches and you keep things in play. You start losing some matches, unless you're losing to, like a 300 or something along those lines, and you're still shooting big games. But if you have a winning record, the people who have a winning record are in the top 8, with the exception of Misaki Mukotani and Stephanie Zavala, who are in 15th and 17th place respectively, but they do still have a winning record. Had they not had those winning records, they would be significantly further down the line. So, you cannot make a new named pattern after a player while a person is still bowling on tour. I would imagine, but as we have seen over the year, both Walter A. Williams Jr. and Pete Weber said goodbye to the men's tour this year after almost 4 decades of bowling out on the men's tour. They realized it was time to hang up the shoes out there. They are still doing quite well out on the men's tour. And so, maybe a pattern is coming that will be named after them. I mean, they are certainly deserving of those patterns, certainly deserving of the recognition. Hall of Famers, leaders in a number of statistical categories. So we'll see. It'll be fun. Corey says the Ernie McCracken pattern. I would love that just as a joke. A Roy Munson and Ernie McCracken pattern. I'll ask you this question, and I'll ask you this question too, Aaron, as Matt asked me. When you're talking about named lane patterns, I'm talking about some of the patterns that have been named after famous bowlers. If you could name a pattern off of any bowler from in honor of them, what would the name pattern be, and how would it play?
I'm going to go sentimental on this one. And I would like, although some folks would argue he already is named after a pattern, but perhaps one that even accentuates his ability even more. I would love to see a pattern named after the Rocket, Eugene McEwen. Which technically may be the cheetah already, but something that allows Gene to do Gene things,
just fired up,
which involves about 22 miles per hour, right up 1-2, and seeing the pins just explode from there.
Yeah, you expect his speed over time to have declined, and that is an incorrect assumption there, sir.
It really is. It's yeah.
He throws it out about as hard as he did 25 years ago. It is a wonder to watch. Eugene, of course, a PBA Tour titleist and has won a couple of times out of the Senior Tour as well. Just actually recently took a PBA 50 title home. Congratulations to him. But yeah, no, he definitely could get on it. He definitely had one of the highest speeds out there, especially in the 90s. As we see Kelly uncharacteristically chop the 6 off the 10 there. It is definitely not that way right now. Outside is certainly out of play. There will be no firing up the one board. I also said that's kind of the I said Walter A. Williams Jr. and the one board was in play as well. Just and no miss in. You can't miss left. You have to hit the one board, and if you don't, you're gonna big four. It's gonna run away Brooklyn.
So all the shape to the pattern is just on one.
Yeah, absolutely.
I like that. Excellent.
About the Fred Flintstone pattern, and in the long format event, of course, because even if you start off a little rocky, there's still plenty of room.
Wow. Yeah, Matt went there. Matt went there. Usually I would have a clever quip to come back here with, but you have me at a loss of words, which in itself is a compliment. An accomplishment. Gillian Martin bowling a nice game here, bowling against Giselle. Had the chance to actually move herself up to the lead, depending on what a couple of the other players are bowling right now. 279 is in the possibility for her. And of course, that would give her a win. So when you pick up 109 sticks, that's usually not too bad. And that would put her at 240 over. So you would imagine that would be pretty decent for her. But obviously, other players are in the wings, ready to go. Valerie Bercier can still bowl 257 with and get a victory off of Birgit Norikes. So that would put her 87 pins to the plus and put her at 167. So she would jump in the lead there. Daria Payo having a little bit of a struggle this game. She needs to bail to bowl 2-teen, although she's bowling Dasha Kovalova, who isn't exactly lighting them up either. She can strike out for 2-teen, so that's a close one. So a lot of possibilities out there, but there is plenty of time. There is plenty of time here. You don't have to get desperate. You can definitely just kind of try to make sure that you're playing the pattern smart. Brianna Cote can shoot 235 or 245, excuse me, against Danielle McEwen, who is continuing to struggle. She has yet to win a match, which is kind of shocking, I would say. Maria Jose Rodriguez can bowl 277. She is currently bowling Tanya Raumemper. So those are some of the scores out there. Maria Jose Rodriguez, if she were to shoot the 277, would give her 100 pins, and it would put her back into the conversation, as she is only 17 over, currently sitting in 19th place. But getting her to 124 over wouldn't break her heart. She is bowling on lanes 11 and 12. the show is currently 133 over. So, like I said, I mean, that's not a ton of pins. 116 pins, 24th place is 188 pins out. So obviously not insurmountable, but you don't want to. You want to try to start digging yourself out. Yep, there is an Earl Anthony pattern out there. But still, it's fun. Love it. Jillian Martin did continue to put together strikes. She's on 9 and 10 right now. She's trying to going to step up here in the 9th here pretty soon, looking to lay the foundation frame. Her only errant shot came in the 6th frame. What about, is there an Albee pattern? That's what I got. That's what I wanted.
As a matter of fact, we were just talking about that yesterday. There's a PBA regional coming up in the Southwest region at the end of the month on the 38-foot Mike Albee pattern.
There absolutely is the foil pattern. So you have a Carmen Salvino, a Chris Paul, a Dick Weber, Don Carter, Don Johnson, Earl Anthony, Johnny Petraglia, Mark Roth, Marshall Holman, Mike Albee, and Adele Ballard, and a Wayne Webb. So those are the current patterns. Obviously, if you get a pattern named after you, it's probably a pretty big compliment. Jillian Martin getting things done is only a 10th frame away from collecting that 279 and cashing in her chips big time. Giselle can only shoot 205. Diana Zavjalova can only shoot 198. Oh, make the junior gold pattern the Spencer Roberge pattern. I like it.
Nice.
I know you like it, Aaron Smith.
I like that. There's a few folks who on the junior gold side who arguably could have a pattern named after them. Solomon Salama, two-time winner. Anthony Nyer as well.
Oh, I like the Anthony Nyer.
So we got a pattern I think Matt would like there between the three of those guys. So got a couple standout young left-handers with success at junior gold. Shannon Pluhowski's, Stephanie Johnson, then Stephanie Nation. Could call it the Nation Sensation pattern. Both 3-time winners.
I love it. So Valerie Bercier puts a 235 in the books, and she's going to get the 30 bonus. So that's going to put her at, do the quick math here, 55 bonus pins to 235 over. So as of now, right now, she is going to move into the lead. That is contingent upon Jillian Martin's final frame. Daria Payok, who is currently in 3rd place, is going to have to bail for a 191 against Dasha Kovalova, who needs to go 9-spare strike to lock her out. Now it looks like she's going to pick up a 9 in the first ball of the 10th frame. So Dasha needs to just keep it on the lanes and keep it clean, and she will walk away with that victory. So Daria's going to drop a little bit, and that means Jillian Martin has an opportunity to step up in the 10th and take the lead here, Aaron Smith.
Let's go.
Go we shall.
Jordan Richard putting together a nice little game in front of us here on 7 and 8. Can still get to 259. So you talked about, Maria having a chance to make a big jump. She can still shoot 256. Jordan kind of in a similar spot at plus 28. This will quickly get her to that plus 100 range if she's able to. She's just about there right now, so she can add a little on to it. She's able to double, and Jay Rich doing Jay Rich things there, bringing the heat on the strike.
This just in. Jillian Martin with a 7-10 in the 10th frame. An unfortunate, she just got Lemony Snicket's there. A series of unfortunate events. So she'll probably be in the 143 or 243 range here with picking up 244. My math's still not great. But she'll still pick up 74 pins. That's going to leave her at 205, which she beats Giselle Paz. But Paz can only bowl a 185 with the pickup here of a tricky spare. She gets it. So Jillian will move up into second place. And then you will have, let's see what Julia Bond did, or is doing rather. Julia Bond goes 222, picks up the win, so she gets 52 bonus pins. That's going to put her at 88. So it looks like it will be Valerie Bercier, Jillian Martin, Giselle Paz, Julia Bond, and Daria Payot.
But Curtis, did you hear that? My goodness. That's Liz Johnson's music. 267 that game and the victory, so she's going to make a nice little jump as well.
Oh, that actually will put her, you said 267?
267 with the win.
So that's 96. That's 97 pins, Aaron Smith. So that puts her at 195. So she is going to actually jump up into third place, and Julia will be behind her. Of course, contingent upon me missing any other games here. Jordan Richard caps off at 258 with the win. Maria Jose Rodriguez caps off at 245 with the win. So a lot of big games out here starting to open up there. Aaron, we'll see how we have half of the games in the books now with 4 more to go here on this first block. Still plenty of bowling left. 20 more games we have. So there will be plenty of changes before it is all said and done.
Absolutely. But we're excited to bring it all here on BowlTV.com, and also excited to let you know about another great apparel sponsor here on the PWBA Tour in 2021. And that's Chameleon Sportswear. Chameleon Sportswear is an apparel sponsor of the PWBA and your source for custom and creative design jerseys for individuals and teams. Visit their website at www.camsportswear.com, Cam with a K, for more information. Our style, or excuse me, your style is our style. Chameleon Sportswear. All right, getting ready for game number 5. Let's take a look around the house. See the featured matchups over on 1 and 2. Brianna Cote taking on Giselle Paz. Misaki Mukutani, who had a nice game in a victory over Verdi Crawley, taking on Maria Jose Rodriguez. So 2 players trending in the right direction. On 3 and 4, Liz Johnson versus Jordan Richard. Both of them shot 250 plus this last game, along with Ashley Rucker versus Stephanie Zavala. 5 and 6, Julia Bond taking on Dasha Kovalova. So kind of a matchup of, the 2 players still in the mix here in the BowlTV Classic who find themselves near the top of the season-long points list. So a little bragging rights up for grabs here in this one, along with Lauren Pate versus Jen Higgins. 7 and 8, we got Diana Zavyalova and Tanya Ramanpour, along with Verdi Crawley and Danielle McCune. On 9 and 10, Erin McCarthy versus Kelly Kulik, and Birgit Norikes taking on Sydney Brummett. Then 11 and 12, Jillian Martin against Daria Payuk and Rocio Restrepo taking on Valerie Bercier, who we expect to be at the top of the standings once we get our next update. Nice shot there by Verity Crawley as we get to the halfway point of Game 5 on 7 and 8. Jordan Richard with an early 5-bagger over on 3 and 4. Jillian Martin started with the front 3 before a 5-count split in the 4th against Daria Payuk, who has the front 3. We do have an update available now after 4 online at PWBA.com. As expected, Valerie Bercier, 4-0, a 9-25 4-game total, averaging better than 231 at the moment, is your overall leader at plus 245. Games of 244, 222, 224, and 235 on her way to an unscathed record at the moment. Jillian Martin sits in second place, also 4-0 at plus 205. Liz Johnson moves to third with that 267. She is at plus 195. Julia Bond, 3-1, plus 188. Brianna Cote in fifth, plus 177. Giselle Paz drops from first to sixth with that 184 and a loss. She's at plus 176. Diana Zavyalova, plus 131. Daria Payuk, plus 128. Jordan Richard, plus 116. And Masaki Mukotani runs at the top 10 at plus 112. Jordan Richard now 6 for 6 over on 3 and 4. Brianna Cote 5 out of the first 6. Rocio Spare followed by a 4 bagger. Daria had the front 4 before a 9 count in the 5th. Danielle looking to make it 5 out of the first 6 here, trying to find some momentum. Takes care of business currently at minus 54. So at the moment, just 2 players in the minus out of the 24-player field, Erin McCarthy and Danielle McCune. So we talked about a lot of availability over the course of 24 games and bonus pins to make up some ground. So still plenty of time here, but both of them looking to get something going here. Danielle still looking for her first win in match play, but off to a nice start. Holds the advantage against Verdi. Jordan Richard now 7 for 7. At 3 and 4. She gets one more. We may have to head over there, see if we can make it 2 for 2 today.
As always, I'll give her 9.
It's the magic number. Jordan is about.
I'm full of generosity today.
I like that. It means you've had just the right amount of coffee.
That is correct, sir. And I was gifted a pink frosted Shipley's donut as well. So I'm riding high.
Here I am up in the BowlTV studio. No snacks, no donuts. Cruel.
Ugh, come on. Danielle McEwen looking to seize her first victory. And it would be with you know, a pretty decent game, it looks like. And it would put her, I mean, honestly, you shoot that game, you get the bonus pins, and all of a sudden things don't seem so bad. And, you know, as soon as I lay my eyes upon it,
Going with the spare, and Verdi, as we see with the 7-10 in the open, Danielle's basically a couple frames away from locking this up, so it should be an easy victory for her. Oh, Dasha. Great attempt there at the 210, sends it around. It looks like Jordan got number 8, so let's go ahead and switch the cameras over there so everybody hang tight for a second.
you must have ESPN or something that you're able to read my thoughts.
We're here for 2 more days, folks. 2 more days of all this excitement.
I don't understand how 2 insanely intelligent people like my mother and father could produce something like me. But lo and behold, alas, they did.
But we're all very thankful for it.
Aww.
Curtis, you have so much fun on here.
We do have a lot of fun. I know I can pull it off the rails because, you know, I find it insanely entertaining. And I appreciate everybody humoring me.
Gotta have a little fun while you're doing it along the way.
Absolutely. Can't ever take yourself too seriously. Life's short. Why so serious?
So we made the switch here to 3 and 4. Jordan Richards going to be stepping up, looking for 9 in a row momentarily. She's going to be up after Stephanie Zavala looks to run down the single pin in her matchup against Ashley Rucker.
The winds of change are calling me. I will be back, as Arnold would say.
All right, Curtis going to get ready for the upcoming excitement here. Over on 1 and 2, we have Brianna Cote against Giselle Paz and Misaki Mukutani taking on Maria Jose Rodriguez. Liz Johnson, after the big 260 game, going to be giving a lot of it back here. Can still bail out 198, but just 1 strike so far. And more trouble in the 9th. for the 25-time PWBA Tour titleist. Here's Jordan. Looking for 9 and trouble as well. 6, 7, 10 for her. But going to get the win. And looking at her last 3 games here on this 41-foot condition. 232, 258. Potentially in the 260s, or she makes a run at this here. Picks up the 6, 7, 10. It's still getting to the 270s.
Public apology to Jordan Richard. Jordan, if you hear this later, I am sorry. I really felt good about that one, Aaron. I really did.
I had just run down the roll she's been on, and even with that little hiccup there, you won't worry about that little one in the 9th frame.
Oh, that little guy? I wouldn't worry about that little guy.
Jordan can still, for her last 3 games, 232, 258, potential 265. So putting up right around 750 if she's able to add a double here in the 10th.
Yeah, this is a pattern that, as it breaks down, it definitely favors her because she can jump into zones where other people aren't earlier and play the fresh oil. And so she'll have bounce on the outside, and as much. I mean, you're not going to have a ton of hold in the middle, but if you can get some hold in the middle and have a little bit of area, then you're doing pretty good. As we see Stephanie Zavala, a little bit of a struggle here for her this game. Definitely not. You can still squeak out a win here against Ashley. Depending on what Ashley does here in the next couple of frames. But, yeah, no, Jordan going on a nice run. She was one of the players I picked. And you see a bucket there by Ashley. I mean, she needs to pick this up. She can't afford to open. She can't afford to lose count here. Giselle with another. I mean, she just went 6 out in the 10th, and she's going to give away 25 sticks here. Move it back down to 151, and there goes the open there by Ashley.
Still going to be ahead because Zavala missed her single pin in the 9th, but certainly an opportunity to make that one a little bit easier. Here's Jordan.
There we go.
Get some tumble. Jillian Martin can shoot 240 this game against Valerie Bercier.
Yeah.
And looks like she's going to catapult herself into the top spot here.
Yep, Valerie can only shoot 2. Looks like 203 if she clears the sheet out. She's stepping up in the 10th frame. And it does not look good for Valerie on that first shot. She leaves a 4-6-7, gets a little high on the head pin, and so she's going to open, and Jillian can now press that advantage even more, and she throws one down pretty well, gets that first hit in the 10th. That's going to put her in the 220s at least, 230s at least. So a really, really nice match, a nice game here by Jillian Martin.
Folks, that means we get to say it again. Jillian Martin, the 17-year-old standout, junior Team USA member, is leading the way at a PWBA Tour national stop.
And not just a national stop. A national stop with as elite of a field as you can get. She misses the pocket there. So she's gonna shoot 229 most likely if she picks up her 3-pin that she wants. But it shows you it is very flat in the middle of the lane. If you get it in, it's going to hook quickly. So these players have been able to create some room right, and so they have a little miss right, but you still can't miss inside.
Jordan Richard finishes off at 265. So she's going to get to plus 211 here. And you can see just how quickly, and we mentioned it at the top of the broadcast, it was going to be a lot of back and forth here in the opening games. You know, Giselle was leading 2 games ago. And after the course of the last 2 games, she's going to have a pretty significant fall in the standings. Just due to bonus pins being out there and players getting comfortable here in the middle of this block. But needless to say, if she pops off 250, 260 her next 2 games, she could be back in the lead.
And you look, Jillian Martin is going to be the only player at this point now with her victory over Valerie Bercier that will keep an undefeated record through 5 games of match play. And she is also going to be taking the lead, and that is no accident. She actually has the lowest average in the top 5 as it stands now, although that 229 will bump it up just a little. But it just, again, highlights you've taken care of your victories, taken care of your wins. Good things are going to happen. But that 186, her first game, kind of holding down her average. She's averaged better than 230 now for the last 4. So Jillian Martin figuring things out. Daria Payok with a 246, taking home the win against Rocio Restrepo. So she's going to grab 76 pins, and that's going to put her at 204 over. So a nice little move there by Daria, who was sitting 49 out of the show. Julia Bond had a 188, but ends up snapping off the victory. She snatched victory out of the jaws of defeat, as Dasha had a couple of open frames late. After a pretty slow start there, she strikes out in the 10th. So a nice bail there for Julia Bond. She's going to bowl 188, but she does get the bonus pins. So she'll pick up 18 to kind of tread water there. Diana Zavjalova gets the victory over Tanya Raumemper with a 229. Danielle McEwen had an opportunity to bowl a pretty big game. She shoots 225 and does pick up her first victory. But she had an open frame in the 9th, which dampened her day a little bit. Other notable games. Daria Payok, as we said, 246. Rocio Restrepo, 227. but not going to be enough against Daria Payok. Sydney Brummett with a nice 235 is going to collect that victory. And just like that, we move into game 6.
That we do, Curtis. And with that, taking a look at the pairing sheet. It looks like Jillian Martin is scheduled to be coming to lanes 9 and 10. So they're taking over the lead. I think that's a pretty fun and exciting player to watch. So we'll take a look at her matchup here against Stephanie Zavala. Rocio Restrepo taking on Danielle McCune as well. Other matches across the house here. Over on 1 and 2, we have Diana Zavialova taking on Jordan Richard. And Valerie Bercier taking on Ashley Rucker. Over on 3 and 4, Julia Bond against Brianna Cote. And Erin McCarthy against Misaki Mukutani. Over on 5 and 6, Tanya Ramanpour taking on Liz Johnson. And Verity Crawley against Daria Payuk. Over on 7 and 8, Dasha Kovalova against Giselle Paz. And Birgit Norrijks taking on Jen Higgins. 9 and 10, we've ran that down for you already. Jillian Martin, our new tournament leader, taking on Stephanie Zavala. Rocio Restrepo versus Danielle McCune. And over on 11 and 12, Maria Jose Rodriguez against Kelly Kulik. And Lauren Pate taking on Sydney Brummett. First look at Jillian in game 6. Getting closer to fifth arrow there. Danielle noticing something on the on her shoe. Gonna make sure that's good to go. Rocio at plus 46, Danielle at plus 1, Zavala at minus 5. Wow. She got that one back from Odessa. Jillian Martin, early double to keep pace with Stephanie Zavala. Here in the early going PWBA Bowl TV Classic, the first of 2 rounds today. We're going to sit back and enjoy with you here on Bowl TV. Second round is going to start at 6:30 p.m. Eastern Time. 5:30 local here in Dallas, Fort Worth. Oh. Rocio. Just mean there. Pin's not cooperating. 7-10 in the second. McCune looking to stay clean. Build an early lead with a couple spares. No problem. Maria with the additional hit on that 9-pin, making sure it fell over. Jillian. Impressive 3 for 3. Shout out to Veronica in the chat, dropping some standings in there. Jillian Martin plus 264 with a 5-0 mark. At the top of the standings, Brianna Cote moves into second place plus 231. Valerie Bercier drops to third place plus 224. Jordan Richard plus 211 in fourth. Julia Bond rounds out the top five at the moment plus 206. Daria Payuk, first player out of the top five, 2 pins back plus 204. Diana Zavyalova plus 190. Misaki Mukutani plus 181. Liz Johnson plus 168. And Giselle Pass rounds out the top 10 at plus 151. So Giselle dropping from first to 10th in just 2 games. Danielle connects for her first strike. Here in game 6, holds the advantage clean through 5 against Rocio. Jillian Martin up 1 at the moment against Stephanie Zavala. Oh, tripping 4s. Zavala, third place finish at the IBC Classic to go along with her 2 victories this particular season, which is technically her lone season on tour because she's a rookie. Jillian looking to get the same hit, does not get it. So asking for some push there. Kelly Kulik off to a nice start. Her matchup against Maria Jose Rodriguez. Liz Johnson bouncing back. Erin McCarthy, we mentioned her last game as a player looking to pick up a little momentum. She has 5 out of the first 6. Currently sits at +7. Rocio finding some momentum on the right lane. We'd like to get a couple hits on the left, though. Kuhn still leads that matchup. Chance here for Zavala to build on the advantage. Oh, another trip 4. She's shaking her head, but she is going to be happy to take it, though. Excellent shot there from Danielle. 3 in a row. So it's 250s out there. Jillian back on track. Kelly sending pins all over the place. Uh-oh. Untimely error there by Rocio, and Danielle in the driver's seat for this matchup. If you want to see a replay of that last strike from Jillian, be sure to follow the PWBA Tour and USBC on Instagram. Shout out to Curtis and Matt getting us a couple of IG stories throughout the course of the week. Fun little look into the event in a different way. Follow the PWBA Tour on Instagram at PWBA Tour and USBC at US Bowling Congress. Danielle looking for 4 in a row. Just going to set up. Smash. Finding some momentum here. That's another great shot from Kelly, far left of your screen. She can get to 232 this game. No trip 4 that time for Zavala. We mentioned that Kelly can get to 232. We see Maria up there on 11. This is her 9th frame. She had one hiccup in the 5th frame. Other than that, nothing but strikes since the 2nd. She can shoot 254, so a high-scoring battle for those extra 30 pins. There's Martin in the 9th. She can shoot 247 this game. Zavala with the spare has 256. So she can still collect the victory, but it's coming down to the 10th here. Said Brianna Cote in second, Valerie Bercier in third, Jordan Richard fourth, and Julia Bond fifth heading into this game. Let's take a quick glance around. See if we can get some updates on them. Valerie and Jordan both on 1 and 2, and both of them can max out at 2-0. Same for Julia Bond, who's actually bowling Brianna Cote. Cote can get to 226 still. So if Jillian strikes out, she's still going to be in the lead, even if she doesn't get the victory. Danielle adds another one. Make it 5 in a row. She's got 255 out there. But Zavala wants that 30. This would be a big boost for her as well, coming into this game at plus 25. First shot of the 10th. Oh, excellent. Still will need the double to lock out here. If she were to go 9 spare, 246, Martin could still get to 247. So Jillian needs this hit right here to keep the pressure on. She's going to have to hustle. 245, so Zavala's going to get the victory. The first loss is going to be recorded by Jillian Martin. Still getting to the 220s here. And depending on count and how Cote finishes, it could be pretty close for the top spot. In the books, Zavala with the win. Top-notch performance from the front runner for the PWBA Rookie of the Year award here in 2021. Cote is going to be at she can get to 205, so she needs at least 203 to shut out Julia Bond. So it looks like since Brianna didn't get that first hit in the 10th, it's still going to be Jillian at the top of the standings. Got to see some of the biggest scores, though, in the house here in game number 6 on 9 and 10. So Zavala 253. D-Mac can get to 255. Maria Jose Rodriguez is going to be in the 230s with good count and a victory over Kelly Kulik. $224 for Martin, so she's going to get to plus 288. No bonus pins, though. Jordan Richards is going to get to plus 250 this game. Danielle unable to get the 10 out there. Going to be in the 230s with the conversion. Cote finishes with 202, but Julia Bond unable to strike out, so Cote will get the 30 on top of that. So she'll move to plus 263. So I think that's your top three at the moment. Jillian Martin, Brianna Cote, and Jordan Richard. Valerie Bercier. Is not going to win her matchup against Ashley Rucker. Ashley has already shut her out. So the best Valerie can get to this game, 194. So she would still be north of plus 200. I'm giving a couple pins back. Liz Johnson can get to get north of plus 200 in this game if she's able to a couple strikes here in the 10th. Mentioned Bond in the 180s, so she's going to fall south of plus 200. Diana struggled that game, so she's not getting there. Daria, I believe, was having some struggles as well. Daria can get to 178. Let's see, Misaki. Misaki was at plus 181. What was she doing this game? She can get to 210, but it's looking like it's going to be a loss, so no bonus pins. Erin McCarthy can, in the 230s with good count, can still get to 242 this game. So it looks like that's what we have going on, folks. Let's see where we got a little bowling left going here. Looks like 5 and 6, so let's head over there. And 7 and 8. Get the 10th frame of some matchups over here. Liz Johnson. Valerie Bercier is going to drop to plus 216. With 192. Liz with the double in the 10th is going to get to 225. So she's going to get to plus 223, it looks like, with the bonus pins. So she is going to surpass Valerie. So it looks like Liz is going to make a jump from 9th all the way to 4th. With a 220 game and a victory. Dasha with a 183-171 victory over Giselle. Jen Higgins can throw a double to make this interesting in the 10th against Birgit. But Birgit can still spare an 8 to shut out. The struggles continue this game for Daria. Looking in the 150s if she's unable to convert the split. Nice shot from Jen, our IBC Classic champion, winning her first PWBA Tour title. We get no problem. This matchup here on 7 and 8, actually a contest including our 2 champions so far this week. Jen winning the IBC Classic earlier, and Birgit kicking the Summer Classic off with a win at the Go Bowling Classic. That will officially do it. So Birgit's going to get the 30. Verity 223, so with the bonus pin, she's going to get to plus 90. So just 2 left to go here, folks, before this first 8-game block is in the books. But the good news for all you PWBA fans is that we had so much fun here so far, we decided we're going to do it again tonight. 6:30 p.m. Eastern, 5:30 local time. We'll be back for the second 8-game block of qualifying here at the BowlTV Classic. So the picture will be a little more defined by the time we have 16 in the books versus just this first 8 and even first 6 to this point. We've seen a lot of big jumps in the standings as expected, with everybody starting at 0. So all the pinfall that players use to qualify throughout the course of the Go Bowling Classic and the International Bowling Campus Classic just earned you a spot. It's similar to Queens, if you think about it, where you have your 15 games of qualifying and then you just want to make the top 64. Then from there, it goes into the double elimination match play bracket. 3-game total pinfall matches determining who advances there. So in a similar fashion. Start from scratch and have a different type of match play environment with just the head-to-head round robin, but kind of the same idea, but different. As we get going here for game number 7. Do you want to take an opportunity to recognize another great apparel partner here on the PWBA Tour in Coolwick? Be sure to visit them at coolwick.com. Check out their awesome selection of not only player jerseys from both the PWBA and PBA tours, but the ability and tools to create your own. Show off your own unique personality through one of their awesome jerseys. So check them out, coolwick.com. Proud apparel sponsor here on the PWBA Tour. All right, let's take a look at the matchups here. And very intrigued to watch this Brianna Cote Jordan Richard matchup on 5 and 6. Both players in the top 3 at the moment. Based off of our unofficial standings, we'll let you know the official standings as soon as we get them. Sydney Brummett against Rocio Restrepo, and over on 7 and 8. Some more great matchups. Julia Bond against Liz Johnson and Daria Payuk against Lauren Pate. Over on 1 and 2, Tanya Ramanpour taking on Dasha Kovalova, along with Jillian Martin against Kelly Kulik. On 3 and 4, Diana Zavyalova taking on Giselle Pass, and Valerie Bercier taking on Maria Jose Rodriguez. Over on 9 and 10, we got Misaki Mukutani taking on Ashley Rucker, and Jen Higgins against Verity Crawley. And then on 11 and 12, Stephanie Zavala versus Erin McCarthy, and Danielle McCune taking on Birgit Norreichs. Julia Bond returning to lane 7 and 8, where she rolled 300 in our opening game today. By process of the second frame, she will not do it again, but a couple of strikes here in the early going. Liz Johnson with the cover. There's Jordan with 2 out of the first 3. Oh, goodness. 9 pin from Daria is highly frowned upon there. That's brutal. I want to give a big shout out to Daria, as well as Shannon O'Keefe and Kelly Kulik for joining us on our Stepladder Finals broadcast so far here through the Summer Classic Series. Kelly joined us for the Go Bowling Classic, Daria for the IBC Classic, and then Shannon yesterday for the DFW Regional event. We definitely appreciate all three of them taking some time to join us here on BowlTV. Offer great breakdowns of everything going on throughout the course of it. Those last two shots for Liz, just inside a target. Same could be said for Jordan, but she catches the break to make that a double. Got Rocio getting into the right part of the lane, 3 for 3 after the spare in the first. And the trip 2 makes up for that 9 pin. Daria in the fourth. Great shot there from Lauren. Early double for her. Looked like a ball change from Bree, and still struggling to find the 1-3 here. Can stay clean. One more single pin conversion, but looks like a few players might be making some moves here as we get toward the end of this block. Great church for Richard in the fifth. All right, we got a score update available on PWBA.com after 6. Jillian Martin, as we figured, even though she had the loss, that matchup against Stephanie Zavala, continues to hold the lead at plus 288. Brianna Cote in second place, plus 263. Jordan Richard in third, plus 250. Liz Johnson moves into fourth at plus 223. Valerie Bercier, plus 216, your top 5. Julia Bond, sixth place, plus 195. Misaki Mukutani, plus 178. Diana Zavyalova, plus 161. Daria Pipe, plus 160. And then Maria Jose Rodriguez, plus 138, rounds out the top 10. Some strikes piling up in the Valerie Bercier Maria Jose Rodriguez matchup on 3 and 4. Ashley Rucker started off with the front 5, sparing the 6th over on 9 and 10. Verity Crawley, 5 out of the first 6 against Jen Higgins. Liz has gone through the nose the past couple shots. Oh, good adjustment, but rings the 10. Still ahead in the matchup, though, at the moment. Jordan comes back with a strike. Cote still looking to find the right combination here. Stayed in the match with their spare shooting so far, but the 4-6-7. Might just allow Jordan Richard to build a bit of a lead here. Daria makes it 3 in a row. All right, Cote. It gets the right look there. Great shot in the 7th. So with Jordan delivering the double in the 6th and the 7th, it's going to hold the lead by 20. Rocio. Great position to collect a victory here so far. Some close matchups here on 7 and 8. Julia and Liz and Daria and Lauren. Valerie Bercier, who was at the top of the leaderboard a little bit earlier, has dropped a couple spots, still well within the mix. Currently in 5th place. Can shoot 280 this game against Maria Jose Rodriguez. She's through 7 frames. Daria has turned that trip 2 into a 4-bagger. She can still get to 270. Verity over on 9 and 10 can get to 279. Ashley Rucker on the same pair, 278 her max score. They're both through 8. Jillian Martin, our tournament leader, taking on Kelly Kulik on 1 and 2. Has a max of 237, but she's only through 7 frames. Oh. The ringing 10 there for Jordan denies her 3 in a row. Liz gets them to splash there for the double, and she's going to head into these final 2 frames with the advantage. Julia Bond, trouble in the 8th, big 4. Gonna take the 2, her max 204. Three 610 there for Lauren Pate, who's going to drop her max with the spare conversion into the 230s. Daria still has 270 out there. Stepping up for her 8th frame now. Leaves the 8 on the bucket crumble. Her Sear has added another one. So now through 8, can shoot 280. And then on 9 and 10, both Verity Crawley and Ashley Rucker can still get into the 270s this game. 278 for Verity. Excuse me, 279 for Verity, 278 for Rucker. Crawley currently in 14th place at plus 90. So that would, if she's able to finish that off, that would get her to plus 199. For Rucker, not too far behind her at plus 74. That will get her to plus 182. Saw that shot on 9. Ashley Rucker, another strike. Our lone left-hander in the top 24. That's going to put her officially into the 270s. It's a matter of count. And a victory over Misaki Bukutani. Sear did not get the strike in the 9th, so her max drops down to 259, but she's going to get the victory. One final strike, 278, Ashley Rucker. Let's go. Qualifying leader from the pre-tournament qualifier. Throw a 5th place finish in from the IBC Classic, and a great game as we get to the end of the block here at the BowlTV Classic. Jillian delivered the double in the 7th and the 8th. Can still get to 237. Max score for Kelly Kulik, 226. So they get down the home stretch. Over on 1 and 2. Rosia going to stay ahead here after catching the break. Both the 6 and the 10 falling late there. Julia Bond going to be giving some pins back to the field here. Max score of 181. Jordan gets the first hit in the 10th. If she can double this up, she'd be in position to shut out Cote, get that extra 30 pins, move up a spot in the standings, or at least ahead of Cote. Brianna max 201. Jordan does not get the second hit. The best she can get to is 199. miscue there from Restrepo. Makes things a little more interesting between her and Brummett. All right, Cote's going to have the opportunity here. Double 9. Oh. Gets it to lean on the 10. Jordan finishes with 199. We'll have to wait and see if she's going to have 30 pins coming her way. Miss Johnson, she's got the bonus pins. 221 for her. She's going to get to plus 274. Cote gets it. Gonna need 9 now to secure the victory. 8 would be a tie. Crawley finishes with 266 in the victory. Close a matchup here between Lauren and Daria as well. So Lauren's going to step up first, 233 her max score. Daria can get to 237. There's the first one for Pate. For the win. Uh-oh. Oh. Cote is going to sneak away with this one. Late a 3-bagger for the 1-pin victory. Jordan Richard will fall to plus 249. Cote with the 30 bonus pins, plus 293. 369.10 for Daria. Drops her max now to 223. But Pate will still need the strike. 9 spare would be 222. Just to lock it out. Great shot there from Lauren. 10 back, no doubt. It's Sydney Brummett. To now win this matchup. Can get to 223. Best Rocio can get to 213. But a similar situation that we just saw with Lauren needing that second strike. If Sydney was to go 9 spare here, that would be 212, and Rocio would have the chance to strike on the fill for the victory in that scenario. Valerie Bercier, 249 in victory. She's going to get to plus 290. Yeah, plus 295. So she should be 2 pins ahead of Cote. Paid 232 to 221. And now potential for a tie. 212 in the books for Rocio. Sydney halves the point with a spare conversion here. $212, give them 15 each. Moving into game number 8. Jillian Martin, however, is going to continue to lead. She got another victory and posted 236. So it looks like she'll be at plus 354 with 1 game left to go, folks. How about that? Good news for us. Jillian will be heading to 5-6 next to take on Diana Zavyalova. Also on 5-6, Danielle McCune taking on Valerie Bercier. On 7-8, Brianna Cote taking on Maria Jose Rodriguez, along with Sydney Brummett taking on Misaki Mukutani for our final game. Around the house on 1 and 2, Daria Payuk taking on Stephanie Zavala, and Rocio Restrepo taking on Tanya Ramanpour. On 3 and 4, Jen Higgins against Kelly Kulik, and Lauren Pate taking on Giselle Pass. We mentioned 5 through 8 already. On 9 and 10, Verity Crawley taking on Jordan Richard. Liz Johnson against Ashley Rucker. And then on 11 and 12, Birgit Norex taking on Julia Bond. And Dasha Kovalova taking on Erin McCarthy. So game 8 getting underway. And as you good folks on BowlTV can already guess, because you watch the PWBA tour each and every week, and we appreciate you for that. And that means we're ready. It's time for a giveaway.
Oh man, I came back just in time.
The folks got a little excited earlier today because the way I phrased the start of Game 7 was kind of similar, and they thought I was jumping the gun. But as they mentioned, they know I'm very set in my ways. So they knew it was coming up in Game 8. They knew, but I scared them a little bit. But now is the time, as always. We're ready for a BowlTV giveaway. So, folks, a BowlTV t-shirt up for grabs once again. If you're joining us for the first time, first off, thank you. We appreciate it, as always. You're going to be looking for the prompt in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen. It's going to say a giveaway will begin soon. Watch here to participate. It's going to count down for about 60 seconds. And then in that same exact spot, right after that, it's going to say the giveaway has begun. There's going to be a submit entry button on the screen. All you have to do is click submit entry. You're going to have a chance to win. Now, folks, we do recommend if you are watching in full screen mode, you take a quick second to check it out for just a couple minutes for the giveaway. Make sure you can see the chat. But let's get it going here. Let's we had Valerie get the strike. Let's time it with the next strike. Whoever gets the next strike is going to kick off our giveaway. It's going to be Misaki. Let's go. Misaki Mukutani delivers the double and is going to kick off the giveaway here on BowlTV. So good luck, everybody. And thank you again for supporting BowlTV and the PWBA Tour.
I'm hyped, Aaron, for many, many reasons. We just had an offer accepted on a house we're going to buy. So,
how about that? Congratulations.
Yeah, it's going to be a fun time. But more importantly, scores have started to make things really interesting around here. And you feel like you're just one good game away from inserting yourself in the mix. And it seems as though that top 10 is starting to get crowded like a bunch of sardines. As we have some big numbers, Verity Crawley going to jump up and make a bit of a move here after her last game. Going to join the hunt here.
Ashley Rucker as well in that game, 278. Getting right into the thick of it. But we got a handful of players north of plus 200. A couple approaching plus 300. And one already ahead of plus 350, Jillian Martin. Plus 354.
Jillian must have eaten her Wheaties or something today.
I would say she had a couple days off from the last time to shoot up here at the ITRC, and she is ready to go. Has not messed around today.
No, like I said, she had that one. She had a slow start. 186. She pulled off the win, but has since gone 221, 234, 244, 229, 224, and I don't know what did she shoot last game. I'm sure you know.
236.
236 with the win. So she's only dropped one game, and that was game 6. She shot 224 and lost.
That game she had Stephanie Zavala throw 253 at her. And big congratulations to Kendall. Taking home the BowlTV t-shirt. Congratulations, Kendall. Our marketing team will be reaching out to you in the next couple days to secure that prize for you. So be on the lookout for an email. And thanks again to everybody for participating and being part of the BowlTV community.
Got a fact or fiction here for everybody. It's a fun one. In 1835, Charles Darwin made a historic trip to the Galapagos Islands where he adopted a tortoise Harriet outlived her adoptive dad and died in 2006. True or false?
The tortoise's name was Harriet.
Tortoise's name was Harriet.
That's a great name. Underrated name.
Yeah,
Throw that out
absolutely.
there. Shout out to all the Harriets out there.
Didn't die until 2006. True or false?
I feel, Curtis, this is I feel this is going to be true. In my gut, I feel that for some reason. However, it feels like you've been a little heavy on the truths and the facts so far in our facts and or fictions so far here throughout the Summer Classic series. So now I'm beginning to wonder if you're trying to throw me for a loop here as well.
We got a lot of truths. We got some falses out here. Let's get your official answer, Aaron Smith.
I'm gonna go with I'm gonna stick with true.
Darwin Wilmer, appropriately named, says true because he says so. It is true. The tortoise lived to be 176 years old. Outlived Darwin by 124 years. Do you know who, coincidentally, you know who took care of Harriet toward the end of her life?
Well, no chance whatsoever.
That would be a person everybody knew and loved, Steve Irwin.
Really?
Absolutely. The crocodile hunter took over adoptive responsibilities. That's got to feel weird to be interacting with an animal that is absolutely 176 years old, but not the oldest living creature. There is a grove of cypress trees, I believe. That hold one of those records. And there is also what they call an immortal jellyfish, as well as a Chinese sponge that have all lived, some predict, as old as 1,000 to 2,000 years.
Oh, and you got immortal in your actual name. I mean, that's it usually bodes well for a extended lifespan. So
Absolutely. There was a Chinese sponge, I believe it was China. It was either China or Japan. Excuse my ignorance here. That was around in apparently either right after BC or right after, like in young AD or actually in BC times. And it was alive and would have continued to be alive had it not been for a foolish mishandling by a researcher.
this is why we can't have nice things.
This is why we can't have nice things.
A nice thing we do have, however, is standings after 7. Jillian Martin, 6-1 at plus 354, continues to lead the way. Valerie Bercier in second, plus 295. Brianna Cote in third, plus 293. Liz Johnson making the jump to plus 274 in fourth. And Jordan Richard currently holding the fifth spot at plus 249. First player out of the top 5 at the moment, Diana Zavyalova, plus 216. Verity Crawley and Ashley Rucker making their move after 266 and 278, respectively, last game, plus 186 and plus 182 now. Daria Payuk in ninth at plus 181. And then Julia Bond and Masaki Mukutani tied for 10th at plus 175. So we got the top 3 right here in front of us. Taking a look at the all-important match play records across the board as well. We mentioned Jillian at 6-1. Valerie in second is 5-2. Cote 6-1. Liz Johnson 5-2. Jordan Richard 4-3. Diana Z 5-2. Verity Crawley just 3-4, 63 pins back. So missing out on some bonus pins there, but looking to come back. Following that, a lot of 3s and 4s and 4s and 3s. Stephanie Zavala 5-2, but in 13th place at plus 144. So Zavala just not even averaging 200 at the moment.
Manages a 5-2 record. That's Providence right there.
That's keeping her in the mix right now. She's
it is.
105 back of the show, so some time to figure things out. But getting wins with 2-0 and 190, 2-0, have that 253 victory, and then another win with 2-0. So got to have some things go your way sometime too, as far as just catching players at the right time.
Yeah, absolutely.
Curtis, I'm still stuck on something though from this fact or fiction. What do you talk to a 176-year-old tortoise named Harriet about after like 175 years? Haven't they heard it all at that point?
Yeah, I mean, you would imagine. I mean, think about that. That tortoise was around before electricity. Was around before. I mean, really, our country was only 60 years old at that point in time. I mean, fresh off of our rebellious secession from England. And it's such a cool fact. It's just such a weird and fun fact. Life is cool. Another fun fact is down in southern Florida, they discovered a parrot that spoke an extinct dialect. From the Caribbean.
See, I'm curious how they knew it was that particular dialect if it was extinct.
That's, it's kind of like Latin, right? Latin is not really, it's not an active language, but we still.
That's a fair point, yeah.
Fundamentally know it. But yeah, so. Steve says Harriet's still talking about the 8-pin she left 124 years ago. That is good, Steve. I award you with the Curtis von Kruger comment of the day.
That's that might be the winner.
Past winners include Mr. Nelson. That is absolutely a perfect comment. You never remember the strikes, the great strikes you throw, but you always remember the the bad beats you get. Just the nature of the human mind, so it seems.
I feel there's a great line in Rounders that sums that up perfectly. Speaking of bad beats at the poker table, so that seems to be the way for many activities. All the great things can quickly be put aside with the memory of just that one hit.
Hey, pay this man his money. What accent? Talk about extinct dialect. What accent was John Malkovich actually using? Because it wasn't Russian.
Whatever it was impressive.
Yeah, it was something.
Teddy KGB, all-time character.
Oh, absolutely. Hey, Aaron.
Yes, sir.
Do you like apples?
I do.
How do you like them apples? I got her number.
Nicely done.
Oh man, just a fun fact about that movie particularly. There's this famous scene where Robin Williams and Matt Damon are talking, and he starts to go into this descriptive thing about how his wife would pass wind. And that whole scene completely improvised by Robin Williams. And the laughter you hear from Matt Damon was 100% genuine, because Robin Williams is known as one of the greatest improvers in the history of entertainment.
How about that?
Some of these bowlers are going to have to rely on their improvisational skills as they navigate this this transition. Oh, Eric coming out with some facts here. He says Malkovich had an earpiece that someone was reading the script to him, and he was trying to copy the reader's accent, and it was supposed to be Russian. Yeah, did not. Could have done better. Maybe you should have done a little more rehearsal there, Mr. Malkovich. But who am I to judge? Who am I to criticize? Jillian needs to get some things going. Look like she's having a little difficulty on this this pair. Hitting one of those pairs that are invariably going to happen. And the irony, it's funny because guess who she's bowling? Diana Zavyalova. It seems like Diana induces some low scores. She might be the kryptonite to everybody right now.
Back-to-back days with kryptonite references.
Hey,
we're on a roll.
We are on a roll. Maybe I'll change them up. The Achilles heel. Icarus flying too close to the sun. Jillian can still bowl a 111 to Diana's 225 if they were both to clear. However, Jillian's on a 181 pace while Diana is on a 290 or 195 pace. So edge still in Diana's favor, and she would by all means love to pick up those 30 bonus spins. So we'll see what happens here.
A player who is currently benefiting from the slower scoring pace on lanes 5 through 8 with a couple of the top players slowing down a little bit in game 8 is Jordan Richard over on 9 and 10. She can get to 258 in position to collect the victory as well, and she could let's double check here just to make sure, but she could get right into the mix here if Jillian falters a little bit down the stretch.
Yeah, I like it when the bowlers I predict will bowl good actually bowls good.
That's a fun thing, ain't it?
It is. It makes you feel smart, even though we know that's just smoke and mirrors. I guess a broken clock is right twice a day. Chris, 5 and 6 is not a fun pair. It has provided some difficulty. 11 and 12 has been a pretty decent pair for people. It has not been. It's not being too friendly right now. Although Birgit looks like she's having fun. Other than that, Julia Bond can only shoot 182. Aaron McCarthy can only shoot 196, and Dasha Kovalova can max out at 165. So a little bit of a challenge over here in front of me. Yeah, I am, Joe. It's definitely idioms and sayings right now. Just feels good. Feels right. Feels right. This round blew by. Even 8 games, and it felt a lot shorter than that. And the bowlers actually did bowl at a really nice pace. It looks like they're going to come in shy of a 5-hour round, 5-hour block here. So that's good. That's good. We had anticipated more of a 5 to 5.5 hour round, but it seems that they kept things going and kept the pace up, and we're good to go.
Did have a little bit of striking going on too, even though we're slowing down a little bit here in the final game. There were certainly opportunities to put up a number or two throughout the course of the block on this 41-foot condition.
Julia working on a 4-bagger right now, trying to bowl 182. Kind of gives you an indication. A little frustration here, as this was more self-inflicted. Missed 3 makeables on her way to this game, and also had a split. So she's going to shoot, looks like maybe 170 right now. So she's going to move backwards after kind of making a charge there, putting herself in the top 5 for a bit, and now it's a little bit backwards, but she'll probably look to regroup. And again, we have 16 games after this to make those things happen, make a little bit of a move here and there. Dasha Kovalova is going to bowl $150, it looks like, contingent upon her making a spare in the 10th. Ashley Rucker finishes with a 213 and is going to pick up the win versus Liz Johnson, who is no.
Yeah.
24. Gonna bowl $130. That is
something you don't see
have
every
a
day.
strike until the 9th frame. A 133 for Liz. That is shocking. Verity Crawley going to pick up a 212 in a loss to Jordan Richard, who bowls a 237, going to pick up 67 sticks. So that's a nice game there for J. Rich.
They're just going to drop from 274 all the way down to plus 207.
That is a tumble right there, sir. And it's going to open up a spot in that top 5. I gotta remind myself that it's top 5, right? We're taking
5
bowlers.
Correct. Cinco.
Cinco. So we, you know what that means? Well, it means we get an extra game in that all important step ladder.
Oh, let's go.
That never brings a tear to my eye. We've already had a pretty historic step ladder this week. The Jen Higgins. Still can't get over that. You've been doing some research on that, have you not?
I've been trying to, because we had some questions asked about that. So, and trying to find some of the highest 3-game sets in a step ladder.
Leanne Holzenberg, I think you came up with one.
I think she set the 4-game record originally. And you can see the frustration there for Maria after she's getting the win, but
she wanted more than that. She wanted that 220.
And 220 with the 30, that would have gotten her to plus 200.
Yep.
But it looked like, from what we could find, for the first 3 games in a step ladder, because she bowled 4, she put up 785 on her way to victory at the 1999 Queens. She ended up setting the 4-game record for that, which was she shot 803 her last 3 in that one. So it was a massive number. Liz Johnson earlier this year in that victory at the Lincoln Open had 783 in her 3 games, which included that 300. So some of the bigger scores, Dee Davidson had a 781 back in 1989 for a 3-game set on TV.
You're doing some good work there, Aaron. I know that although you tend to enjoy those kind of research projects from what I understand.
Yeah, I enjoy history. I enjoy figuring out all the figuring out things here and there from time to time.
Yeah, that's and then of course, Jen shoots an absolute monster set. Matt McNeil said, "Yeah, he beat my team by 3. She beat my team by 300."
Yeah, when it was all said and done, it's probably pretty close to that.
Yeah, so dominance on the lane there. Any thoughts before we start to say goodbye to this block and prepare for the next one, because it's not too far off?
Well, I mean, kind of the big tail here at the end is folks falling off pace, making things even more interesting for us, which is great. Obviously, as you said, we got a long time to go. We see Jillian getting a little bit of airtime there, and she's actually going to lose the lead heading into the break here. So after holding it the past couple of games,
look at these scores, Aaron. McEwen with a $153. Misaki with a 178. Got Jillian Martin, like we said, we're going to shoot. She's going to shoot in the 160s or 70s. Brianna Cote, 158. The high game so far for this game looks like is going to be Jordan Richard with that 237, followed by Birgit Norikes with that 135. Other than that,
not a whole lot out there. Rocio had a big game on 1 and 2.
7, but only 7. Or hold on, I got to look at the other ones. Oh yeah, Rocio had a nice big one. Only 11 bowlers, it looks like, bowled in the 200s that particular game.
So here's what I got for you right now, Curtis. Valerie Bercier moving into the top spot at plus 338. Jillian Martin at plus 320 in second, and then Jordan Richard at plus 316 in third. And then we had some players kind of kind of have some missteps along the way. Brianna Cote dropped a little bit. She's at plus 250 now. Liz Johnson had a big fall with that 133 to drop to plus 207. So an opportunity for Daria Payuk, who's now at plus 235, to get a little bit closer. Diana Z with the victory there. She gave back a couple pins, but with the 30, she's going to be in the plus 230 range, so she's going to move ahead. So it's going to be a little more interesting here. We slowed down a little bit, but it looks like Valerie Bercier, the top player here in the early going at the PWBA Bowl TV Classic. So with that, Curtis, let's bring it back into the booths. Hey, there we are. And yeah, that is going to do it for right now. So we saw some scores. We saw some opportunities to get pins, but we called it before it started. We knew there was going to be a lot of back and forth, especially with players kind of getting the feel of this pattern, seeing it for 8 games. You know, they had their 90-minute warm-up session yesterday, but obviously it's going to look a little different out here. That's just going to happen. We know that. So a lot of moving and shaking, but some players definitely, planting themselves in a good spot heading into the last 8 for today. And then, of course, another 8 coming up tomorrow to determine our top 5 when it's all said and done for the stepladder finals. But we're going to be back on the lanes at 6:30 p.m. Eastern, 5:30 local time. So we got about 2.5 hour break here until they're back to bowling.
Yeah, that sounds good to me. I got a salad. I'm ready to go. Eat some good fiber. But I think what came into play, and we kind of talked about it in the pregame show, or right before we really started kicking things off, was it became a question of running out of room. And you saw Jillian kind of launching some there later on. I'm interested to see how the players adjust to that now that they've had the lineage thrown for 8 games, because an hour and a half practice, you're not going to get to the burn that you get here. And so this was really their first look at how these lanes were going to break down over a longer period of time. So I think there was a lot of learning that last block, like what ball you want to be in when you get to that 8th game. So it's going to be, I think you're going to see a little bit a different lane play coming into that last game, this next block.
Certainly, and I'm sure the ball reps will be conversing as well, and even maybe some different strategies on the fresh to see maybe help avoid having to worry about players getting that deep. So, but the great news is we'll get to see it all come together right here on Bowl TV as we wrap up. So, with that, let's go ahead and say goodbye for right now, folks. So. As always, a big thank you to the USBC and the BPAA and their board of directors for their continued support of the PWBA Tour. Kegel, the official lane maintenance provider on the PWBA Tour as well. Our athletes out there competing each and every week on tour, the dedication to their craft just always puts on a show for us. We love the opportunity to show you the best bowlers in the world, and we are tickled pink to have that chance each and every time. Finally, you guys, Bowl TV audience, let's go. We had some fun out there, some fun fact or fiction down the stretch as well. It's been a great summer classic series so far, but we're not done yet. We still have today and tomorrow before we get to our stepladder finals tomorrow night at 9 p.m. Eastern. So we certainly hope you join us along the way. And you can always check it out in the archives as well. When you're all said and done, we'll have those up and posted from this round just a little bit if you missed anything along the way. So finally, for the Bowl TV team, Jason Thomas, Matt Cannizzaro, Curtis Von Kruger, I'm Aaron Smith. We're signing off from the PWBA Bowl TV Classic. But folks, for right now, enjoy your break. We'll see you again at 6:30 p.m. Eastern. And remember, on Bowl TV, bowling lives here.